So, welcome to that there meditation class. Is it recording? Is it all behaving itself? So, I'm Vinay. This is intended as a private recording, so please don't stick it on YouTube. I will pass it around to people that should have a copy. Right, so most of the time when people talk about meditation, what they're fundamentally talking about is something that leaves you more or less where you are, but as a calmer, nicer version of yourself. Right. The notion is that meditation is an incremental improvement to quality of life, like getting regular exercise or something like that. This is not that, right? I am teaching these classes now because in about 10 years, I'm going to need people that are enlightened to do some of the things that I'm currently doing, or new things, and in order to be able to trust somebody's judgment with tens or hundreds of thousands of other people's lives on the line, I need those people to be enlightened. Right? So, if I'm in a position where we get the Hexia refugee camps going, I can't be everywhere at once. If we wind up with extremely serious geopolitics around cryptography, I can't be everywhere at once. And in order for people to be able to do the things that I'm currently doing, or to be able to help at that level later, I need there to be people that have done enough spiritual practice that I can trust them with tens or hundreds of thousands of other people's lives and not worry that they will make a mistake. And forging people to the point where they are capable of dealing with trouble on that scale without flinching requires a long process. I'm able to do it because I was put through that process, and now if I want helpers at that level of capability in 10 years, I have to teach it. I don't expect everybody that learns this stuff will choose to exercise it in that way. It is not a responsibility that passes with the material to teach it. But if I don't teach the stuff relatively widely, then not enough people will try to have enough succeed to be inclined to actually help out with this stuff when the time comes. So, for me, I'm making an investment in having an extraordinarily highly trained spiritual elite to back me up, and I have to make that investment a decade before I need these people trained up. There may also be a side effect, which is a whole bunch of other people get a bunch of spiritual experience they wouldn't have otherwise had, greatly to their benefit and possibly to the world's benefit. But this is a completely different rationale for meditation than the vast majority of the processes that people are meditating inside of. They're usually meditating for different reasons with different goals. The world is a pretty screwed up place, and you need a pretty strong whip hand to be able to manage those processes if you want to improve it. Here is an armory of usefulness. Most of the weaponry won't fire until you've gotten a pretty high level of development. This is why it's relatively safe to do. Does this sort of make sense as a theoretical framing? Right. The original lineage that I was trained in is essentially the religious wing of the Gurkhas, the Nath Sampradaya, which is in itself a sub-department of a thing that you might call the Babaji activity or the Mahavatar Babaji activity, which includes things like the Kriya Yoga lineage. So now that we've got this notion of that the meditation is inside of a different context, then we need to talk about what meditation is. So the normal thinking around meditation is that you kind of sit there and you do something with your mind, and this something that you do with your mind makes you more peaceful, calm, happy and relaxed, and that over a period of time this kind of soaks into your awareness and you become a nicer, better, rounded kind of a human. Right? That model is true for the kind of meditation that most people are doing, which is meditation which is decoupled from any kind of urgency about the state of the world. Most meditation that we have access to is descended from monastic meditation traditions, where people first renounced all future involvement with the world, either personal or political, and then sat down to try and find enlightenment. And it turns out that those people are very well positioned to get enlightened and terribly positioned to do anything about the state of the world, because the detachment of the initial practice also makes it impossible for them to fully reattach to the world at a political level to go and beat the tar out of Dick Cheney or whoever the demon of the day is. If you want the ability to do heavyweight social engagement later, you have to start on a non-renounced footing. You either have to have kids, or you have to have family who have kids that you're still attached to, or you have to have the possibility of having kids, or you have to be greatly attached to somebody else's welfare who is not you in a direct personal sense. It is the family tie that connects the meditator to the world, right? In my case, the family tie is largely a lineage tie, but that is not for want of trying, right? I could have settled down and got married half a dozen times if I was a slightly less obnoxious character. So, once you conceptualize that we are not stepping back from the world and meditating on a cloud, we're meditating right where we are. The second question then is, so what is it that we're doing if we're not renouncing first, right? We're sitting there in our lives on a cushion or a chair doing nothing. How is this different from going down to the shed and having a nice cup of tea? And the answer is, it's actually not. Most of the essential practices of meditation are as natural to human beings as sleep, where you just kind of settle down for a minute and kind of go, and you take a nice little break, and you have a little breather, and typically there's some recreational activity, like you smoke a cigarette or you drink some tea, and you do it for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then you get up and go back to work, right? So imagine that reflex, which we all have, extended for an hour a day. I should really get up and do some work. Oh no, I'm supposed to be meditating. This is work. I just can't be arsed anymore. Oh, I've had enough of this. And what you get is this deeper and deeper and deeper settling into a state of kind of relaxed composure. So it's a continuation of the reflex of taking a 10-minute break from your day, only the 10-minute break stretches out to be 40 minutes, an hour, half an hour, 2 hours, however long it is, and you sink deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into this kind of relaxed awareness. What goes along with that process is an enormous amount of awareness of unfinished work and incomplete tasks. So, simple stuff. I just noticed that the filth, the kitchen is filthy. I can see it from here, and as my eyes fall over it, I can see that this thing really needs cleaned. Awful. One kind of awareness. Another kind of awareness. I have 2 meetings tomorrow, and I haven't done the documentation for them, and I really need to do some analysis. I need to call somebody. Wow, I'm really tense about that. Oh boy. Wow. This is not good. So, you enter into the relaxed state. All of the incomplete transactions in your life then begin to surface and try and claim pieces of the relaxed state for themselves. Those incomplete transactions can go back to childhood, right? I am really upset about the way my mother talked to me on the phone yesterday. In fact, I've been upset with my mother since I was 4. I'm still upset with my mother, and now I feel like an angry 4-year-old. Right? And this can go all the way back, right? So, if you think of your life as being the sea of incomplete open transactions, right? And within that sea of incomplete open transactions, you have a desire to complete things, to finish them, and to put them down. Meditation provides you with an alternative to completing, finishing, and putting down. And the alternative that it provides you is, I just don't care anymore, it's not worth finishing. Drop. And this reflex of taking incomplete things in your life that you've been carrying around as open transactions and dropping them is the business end of meditation as it is practiced by householders. So you're taking things that are draws on time, draws on attention, draws on energy, in your relaxed state, you're looking at these things and you're saying, this is just not worth doing, chuck. For the things that you can do that with, you do them. For the things that you can't do them with, for the first couple of years, it's often worth keeping a notepad beside you, so when something completely urgent that you must remember to do comes up in meditation, you can just write it down and then drop it from your awareness again. I don't recommend that as a practice, but for many people meditation is impossible without doing it, so it's worth considering as an option. So we sit, and I'll talk a bit about physical posture for a second in a minute. We relax as if we were about to sit down for a nice cup of tea, and then we continue to be relaxed. Eyes can be closed, Eyes can be open, eyes can be half closed and half opened. If you're uncomfortable, move. Zen is very much about, if you're uncomfortable, just sit there and face the pain of being alive. No. If you're uncomfortable, move. Right? The kind of vibe that you're looking for is a contentedly retired person with a really rather excessive pension sitting down in an armchair in their shed and staunchly ignoring doing the lawn. Right? A sort of middle-class king in their middle-class castle who just doesn't care. Right now I'm going to have a cuppa. Sod it, I'm not going to fix the lawnmower, its bolt is broken and I just don't care. Nothing to be done. Now, one of the things that will tend to come up in this state of profound nothing to be doneness, this kind of regal indolence, is irritations at an emotional level will occur. Because our lives are filled with incomplete emotional transactions, trauma, if you're unlucky, post-traumatic stress disorder, there can be an ocean of incomplete emotional shit. The stuff which can simply be put down are the petty emotions like the murderous desire to have revenge upon the person who has finally succeeded in scuffing your new white shoes. Eventually this will just go away. The hard stuff is the deep emotional trauma, right? The places where our parents betrayed us, the places where death came into our lives when we were far too young to deal with it, people that we might have accidentally gotten killed in a car accident if we were profoundly unlucky, all kinds of really bad real-world stuff that leaves us scarred and broken. These kind of issues have two levels. There is the primary trauma level, where there is still the open wound of the thing that happened, and the secondary trauma level, where our world model gets broken by the fact that this has happened. So, the primary emotional trauma, meditation is not a great way of dealing with. The primary emotional trauma is best dealt with by therapy and getting a hug, or potentially things like MDMA for PTSD. All of those kind of emotional, kind of trauma-related workloads have to be worked out somewhere if you're going to be doing a lot of meditation, because meditation will tend to stimulate them. But meditation is not a great way of resolving them, because if the emotional injury causes you to feel isolated and alone, the best place to work that out is not when you are isolated and alone because you're meditating. So you need secondary and tertiary mechanisms for processing the emotional stuff that will come up. Meditation alone is not enough. It will cause re-traumatization for things which are isolation-based problems. However, in terms of coming to peace with emotions which you should have felt and chose not to, things you distracted yourself from because you stayed busy, things that you just always blocked out from thinking about, the places where you have to feel things that you already feel and acknowledge the feelings you already have, all of those kind of processes can be done alone on a mat. Right? What can't be done is the stuff where you've become disconnected from humanity, because you're not going to get more connected with humanity on your own. And that's quite important to remember. A lot of people will say that meditation will get everything. I don't think it will, at least it's not the short path through everything. The world model adjustment stuff is also very intense, because once you realise that people die, you're permanently changed by it. Right? Death is the great forbidden mystery. Western civilization takes it a long way away from us. You know, it's a very, very, very rough set of things. How are we doing for time, Mark?
14:10.
Okay, so I'll stop at 20. Give me a minute or so's more.
Okay.
So, when we get to this death business, the death business is at the heart of other trauma. More or less anything that happens to us which feels bad because we're animals that are evolved to stay alive, and things which are 3 steps ahead of potential death feel terrible, 2 steps ahead of potential death feel horrific, 1 step ahead of death feel unimaginably horrific. So we're constantly navigating away from things which are associated with death because we're animals. We're also constantly navigating towards things which are associated with life because we're animals. Whatever spiritual nature we might have is completely nebulous compared to the utter blunt reality of our evolutionary heritage, which is with us every second of every day, whether we like it or not. right? Respiration and eating. So as you sit, gradually, in the relaxed state, the world model is made manifest. I am uncomfortable because my parents are getting old. And one day soon they're going to die, and then we have to bury them. And this is a terrible thing. Oh. And then one day it will be me. Oh. And this is really rough, right? The cycle of life that human beings experience under the current regime that we operate under, where we don't have massive life exception, we don't have physical immortality, we don't have evidence of heavens, right? You go around the wheel and you will, in all probability, snuff it. Right? Now, I say in all probability because the transhumanist thing is getting closer and closer. Maybe our lifetime, maybe not our lifetime, but until that becomes matter of fact, if it becomes matter of fact, we still have to deal with death as a primary teacher. Most of our psychological blocks are psychological blocks that are designed to prevent us having to deal with the reality of other people's death or our own. And by making a direct approach on the subject of death, you can relatively quickly cleave through more or less all of the fundamental monkey psychology problems of the human mind. Once you are perfectly comfortable with the fact that you will die, and that everybody around you will die, modulo transhumanism, once you're really comfortable with that, life is joyous. Because you're no longer struggling against fate. And once you're no longer struggling against fate, you can surf on it. Right? As long as we're not afraid of death, then all the things in life which are normally just far too risky to do become open, fun, and enjoyable. Wow, that's really dangerous. What's the worst that could happen? I could get killed. Oh, that's going to happen anyway. Oh, you mean we can do pretty much anything? Yes. And this is very much a kind of Fight Club thing, right? Once you realise that your death is inevitable, the only question is what are you going to do between now and then? And that is a completely different framing from the pre-conscious model that we have, which is kind of probably unconscious, a genetic inheritance perhaps, which is that if we do everything right, we'll never die. And this feeling that if you do everything right, we'll never die, this kind of latent immortality that we often feel, is why we are constantly risk-averse and constantly living below our potential. Right? We're unconsciously holding back because if we think if we never make a mistake, somehow we will become immortal. And this turns out not really to be an option. In fact, it is the complete certainty of our own death that liberates us to live. And this is not a new thought. This is a very old thought. But it is the central fact of any kind of meditation which is not based on escaping into La La Land and then barricading the door. Right? If we are not doing, rainbow unicorn bliss meditation with, some new age weirdo from California who lives in Mount Shasta and has a terrible attitude problem about parking tickets, then you're going to be on the other side of the fence. Meditation for bad people. Death is a fact. Get used to it. Yep. When you start it and stop it again. Or stop it and start it again. Right. So, about 10 minutes more of theory, then we'll actually do the how do you sit thing, and then we'll do a bit of sitting. So, let's talk a bit about timescales. Actual enlightenment is about a PhD's worth of work, right? And by actual enlightenment, what I mean is you should be able to take an angry person with an AK-47, they should be able to wave it in your face with all probability that they will pull the trigger, and your consciousness should not fluctuate at all. Right? Absolute rational calmness in the face of your own immediate demise or the death of somebody close to you is the baseline for enlightened consciousness. There's a lot more to enlightenment than that, but the traditional way that enlightenment is demonstrated in the lineage is that you'll hand your student an enormous razor-sharp knife and you'll have them hold it to your throat and apply a little pressure. And they look at you straight in the eye and you just comfortably settle. And they go, you're really not afraid of dying at all. There's no instinctive flinch. None. Okay. Right? And that is a very disturbing thing to see. Like, you know, the samurai talk about a lot about what? The way of the warriors, the way of death, all this kind of stuff. Makes quite an impact seeing that. Because instinctively we can tell when somebody else is unafraid in a situation where they should be terrified. Much more comes with enlightenment, right? The great spiritual vision, the insight into the fundamental goodness of the nature of the universe, all the rest of that stuff, all of that is absolutely there, right? But if you chase enlightenment as a path into infinite light, at the end of the day, it's very easy to get sidetracked by states which are closer and closer and closer and closer to enlightenment, but will never turn into enlightenment. It's kind of like a Zeno's paradox, where you can get closer and closer and closer to perfect light and perfect bliss, but you'll never actually arrive until you go right the way down through all of the levels of consciousness and unhook yourself from mortality. And so it's much easier in this culture at this time to go inwards, unhook from mortality, and then ascend. Hence, an approach which is very much based in the here and now mortality of human life is a much better vehicle. Now, PhDs are work to get enlightened. Some people start with natural predispositions, which will make it much easier. Some people start with a ton of life experience, which has forced these issues. Some people start with intellectual practices that turn out to be very, very cross-correlated. So if you've spent an enormous amount of time as, say, a composer of classical music, in all probability you've got first-rate mental focus, and you can apply that mental focus to meditation, right? You might also find yourself just sitting there on the mat composing all day and getting nothing done at all meditation-wise. So there's no way to know for any individual which way it will go. But you have to be thinking about this stuff as being roughly an hour a day for roughly a decade, at the end of which you will become essentially superhuman. No fear of death, infinite psychological flexibility, the ability to regenerate from almost any kind of tragic event, and the ability to inspire and lead people on a scale which is largely defined by how much work you feel like doing that day. Right? And this is a path of mastery which has been conserved inside of different traditions all over the world for millennia and millennia and millennia and millennia. It's where you get your wizards from. Every culture has wizards. All the wizards are pretty much the same. It's where you get your wizards from. They go in, they fix it, they come back, then they can tell people what they did, and they can do things that nobody else can. And because I'm in a position where I'm expecting to need a lot of help in about 10 years, I am basically starting the wizard factory now, and not everybody that comes to the wizard factory has to become a wizard or has to help me. But if I'm going to get any helpful wizards in 10 years, I have to start the wizard factory now. And this is very much the wizard factory. Now, it will produce a certain betterment of quality of life if you sit down and do it, but so will hatha yoga. It will produce a certain kind of psychological insight, but so will vipassana. What it will produce that most other traditions won't produce is a condition of consciousness that in Sanskrit is called Vira, right? The tradition of the great spiritual hero, the ass kicker for God. And if we're going to get those people produced, it takes about a PhD's worth of work, which is roughly 10 years of part-time effort. So I'm going to lay this stuff out for people. I'm going to teach it on some kind of basis. I expect that there'll be a slow growth over a few years, then some kind of semi-stable group will form that in 6 to 8 years after that will begin to produce people that actually have their shit together at the required level of play, where I can hand them a situation at a level of risk and complexity that I would consider challenging, and then I can turn my back on that situation and walk away and consider it done. Right? This is a very, very high-level game. It's a very, very serious offer. I've been at this kind of spiritual hero thing really since spring of 2001, and my batting average in that time is absolutely terrifying. Right? The things that I have achieved in that period are completely beyond human comprehension, and if I lay them out end to end, most people assume that I'm lying, and then I send them URLs. Right? Anybody can do that. You just have to stop being suburban. But the price of stopping being suburban is literally tearing apart the foundation of the world in which you exist and getting down to the absolute primal fundamentals of human experience. And it feels, in some cases, like walking through hell, and in other cases it feels like you're basically being toured through heaven by a bunch of extremely giggly angels. But the actual practice is you sit in a chair and breathe. And your mind drags you through all of these layers of consciousness and all of these permutations as it works out the fundamental kinks in your awareness, and one at a time the knots come undone, and when the final knots begin to go, your universe expands until you are literally at one with everything. Ooh. Ah. It is everywhere, it is continuous, and I'm not going to die. Or at least the universe is going to continue, and I'm so completely woven into that universe that my own death is really rather irrelevant. No fear. And once you make that escape, you're free to do anything you like for the rest of your life. It's basically time off. Right? Getting there requires letting go of everything else. What makes this a household tradition is that you maintain the facade which allows all the other things in your life to continue to exist more or less as they do now or slightly improved. At the same time, you completely dismantle the bondage and attachment to those things. So you wind up maintaining the superficial structures of your life because they make the people around you happy, while you yourself liberate yourself from all of these things. And then if you get it right, and you're perfectly good at it, you can sit there being exactly the person that everybody else expects you to be and be completely liberated within it. So that is basically the offer, right? You know, I'm going to be running the Hero Factory, Wizard Factory, whatever you want to call it. Anybody who basically I get on with at a personal level is welcome to come and do that stuff. People that I just don't like will not survive the process, right? That is a constraint. If I was a better kind of a teacher, I might be able to teach everybody, but people that I don't like just won't survive. So it's pretty important that it's the kind of people that I get on with. Over time, there will be less of a need for me to be deeply personally involved because of a lot of other people doing a lot of the training. That will broaden the kind of people that can do it and get along with it. I can't think of anything I should add, but let me cover two little technical points. So, in the guru-disciple tradition of India, the guru makes a guarantee that they will get the student to enlightenment if the student does exactly what they're told. Unfortunately, there is no mechanism in Western society which allows people to form a guru-disciple relationship properly. Right? The necessary psychological hooks just don't exist on either side of that divide. I don't think it's possible for the guru-disciple tradition to come across from India and function here. That slows these processes up a good deal because it means that the student has to generate their own sense of safety and well-being and in-chargeness, because they can't basically throw themselves on the mercy of the guru and then feel safe. We just don't have a society that works that way. So there's a whole bunch of additional labour that has to be done to compensate for that. I have mapped that stuff out and I know how it works. So far it looks pretty successful. Second thing is, this stuff has been tested, right? I went back and reformulated the systems in 2011, 2010. I have been bench testing that with a small number of people in secret. Results are extremely promising. It seems to perform more or less exactly as I would have predicted. So, although this seems like it's the first time the machinery is being run, it's the first time it's being run in public. And the reason that it's a public, or at least a semi-public tradition, rather than a secret tradition, is that for people to make their way into a secret tradition is basically impossible. So, by having something which is a little more open, the offer is there for anybody that wants it, as long as they get on with me well enough that if they are on fire, I will choose to put them out in preference of going home and having a good night's sleep. And that safety criteria is very real. Again, if I was a universal teacher, it wouldn't matter, there wouldn't be that proviso. I am not a universal teacher, I'm a tribal or clan teacher. It's a different kind of consciousness. And I think that is all of the theory. Do you want to turn the camera off for a second? Okay. So, actual technical process of meditation. You sit in a comfortable position with your spine straight. Probably the most important part of meditation is getting the butt correctly positioned on the chair. So typically you'll lean forward and scooch your butt back as far as possible, and then as you sit back, there's not very much of your muscle between the hip bones and the surface that you're sitting on, and it produces a very firm platform for meditation. You can also sit cross-legged or in full lotus, but for any position that you're in, you're going to have to do this lean forward and scoop, like the butt scoop, to get the firm contact position, which gives you the solid posture. Typically, you also want to roll the shoulders back. Any decent yoga teacher can teach you how to sit properly. It's worth doing enough yoga that you learn how to sit properly. It's quite a complex technical skill, and when you get it right, the fidget rate drops by an order of magnitude. I would typically meditate seated cross-legged, but since I'm in a chair, I'll stay there. So, butt scoop for solid position, shoulders rolled backwards to open the chest. Breathing, traditional yogic breathing, the diaphragm is, well, first the lungs are completely emptied, then the diaphragm fills, then the chest fills, then the shoulders fill. Complete breath in, then we'll reverse the sequence. Shoulders empty, chest empties, belly empties. And that's literally the entire technical part. Breathe those sequences. Belly fills, chest fills, shoulders fill, shoulders empty, belly empties, chest empties, belly empties. Belly, chest, shoulders in, shoulders, chest, belly out. Sitting position, butt has been scooted back, weight then goes directly onto hip bones, onto the surface you're in. Hands, you palm down or palm up, slightly different effects. I always got a lot of mileage of putting them at the kind of dantian, kind of folded over each other, and that was actually the position I used most. Physical practices, hatha yoga, tai chi, things along those lines, very, very highly recommended. It's super important that you do something along those lines as well. They're complete paths in and of themselves in many cases, but it's really worth doing them anyway. As well as or instead of. My primary practice on that line was Chinese martial arts. It fitted my character well, but anything will do. Ditto kind of therapy level stuff. There are a bunch of therapies, pick one. Hakomi, Feldenkrais, Rogerian therapy, Reichian therapy, Gestalt, they're all workable. Now, the mind. This is the one part that I have to vaguely try and remember how it was, because I haven't actually had a mind for 20-something years. 1993 or 94 was the last time that I had a mind. It's getting to be a bit of a dull memory. So typically, you have this kind of flow of narration that is kind of commenting on the environment that you're in. And some of it is external stuff like I see or I feel or I want. Sorry, some of it is external stuff like, I don't distinguish. Some of it's external stuff like the glass is green, or my shoe is blue, or was that the dog? Right? So it's narration on the environment. Some of it is internal stuff like I feel cold, I am worried about something, where is my whatever it is. And this is kind of a line of chatter. So the chatter is essentially like a log file being generated by a computer, or it's stuff being written to a whiteboard by a bunch of people in a room who aren't allowed to talk to each other. Most of that is internal messaging from one part of yourself to another part of yourself. And if you just sit and listen to the internal messaging as if the internal messaging is a mantra, the internal messaging greatly accelerates in efficiency and eventually burns itself out. So the internal chatter is not to be suppressed, it is to be focused on, and it is to be listened to as if it was a radio in the room that you're meditating in. Right? I am meditating, there's the sound of the radio. I am listening to my mind. I am listening to the teletype in the corner as the teletype in the corner continues to process messages for different parts of me. So it's not suppressed and it's not reveled in, it's just acknowledged as being a kind of sensory stimulus. Eyes can be open or closed, usually open is better. For any of these things, you want to do both. Sometimes open, sometimes closed. So this is the first kind of meditation. You sit, and if there is mental chatter, you listen to the mental chatter as if it was a radio. And we'll do a bit of this stuff as a proper practice session in about 10 minutes. The second activity is mantra. So mantra meditation, you think of a word like clouds. Visualize clouds, say the word clouds, focus the attention on the concept of clouds. 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 Now for this, if the mind is pulled off in another direction by another image or another thought, that constitutes something where you're going to make an effort to pull your mind back onto the subject of clouds. So in the first kind of meditation, where you're just sitting there and having open awareness, there is no mental effort. You're just relaxing into the stream of consciousness, whatever it happens to contain. Type 1. Type 2, mantra meditation, you pick the attention up and you put it back on clouds. Clouds, damn it, clouds. 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 Cheeseburgers. No, clouds. 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 Cheeseburgers. Clouds. Clouds. Mantra meditation is proper difficult. It's really, really frustrating. And nobody is going to be good at mantra meditation for literally months or years, right? But being good at mantra meditation builds this massive muscular power where you can pick up the mind with your will and put the mind where you want it to be. Clouds, 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 clouds. And there might be some little corner that still says cheeseburger, but it will basically behave itself, and most of the time it will stay on clouds, 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 clouds. Right, now we can relax and think about anything we want. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. Right. So if you just do mantra meditation, you don't get to know yourself any better because the mind is always filled with the mantra. This is no good. If you just do sitting there and getting to know yourself meditation, you never develop any muscle or any willpower, so the mind continues to basically roam around like a feral animal. You have to have both the getting to know yourself better meditation and also the working meditation, and you need both processes. Right? The final kind of meditation is the meditation on being miserable. Right? And this is really where the real hardcore, just like psychological, spiritual transformation stuff is. So you sit back and relax, and all you get is anxiety thoughts. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm terrified, I'm anxious, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Then you do the mantra. Anxiety, fear, anxiety, fear, anxiety, fear. I can't shut this thing up. Neither mechanism will work because In the passive listening mode, you can't change anything because you're just passively allowing the stream to go through you, and in the mantra mode, you're putting the attention on the body mantra rather than on the anxiety. So the third mode is this kind of investigative mode. Oh, I'm having a problem. I'm going to meditate on the problem by trying to feel deeply any emotional core of this thought stream, right? I wonder where my checkbook is. I wonder where my checkbook is. I wonder where my checkbook is. I feel the visceral anxiety about money. Oh my God, am I going to be able to pay the rent next month? What if I lose this job? And you feel it, and you feel it, and you feel it. And as you really deeply feel the emotion, eventually the emotion will lessen. And you keep feeling it. And eventually you've actually felt the emotion, and the part of you that's been holding that tension finally lets it into consciousness, and then it's experienced and released. And you often feel very tired after getting a big one of those. So that process is an emptying out of what the Indians would call karma, right? The emotional content of the mind that tends to produce cyclical activity is lessened because you deeply feel the emotions and then you release them. Sometimes these things will come around and come around and come around and come around for literally years. And then you'll have some enormous breakthrough and realize, like, my God, I've been holding myself back my entire life because when I was 13, one of my teachers was mean to me when I did something that was just genius. Wow. And I've been afraid of that happening again ever since, so I've refused to compete. Okay, wow, that's awful. Right? So those kind of processes, deep psychological insight, you can have the emotion come around and around and around and around. And it's the ability to feel these things super deeply using the muscle that you build up from mantra meditation that allows you to get through the material more quickly, because you use the muscle from mantra meditation to park your mind on the unpleasant emotion. Right, tell me why it is that we feel this awful feeling of dread. Oh, no, but I want to think about cheeseburgers. No, we're thinking about dread. Dread. Right? So the muscle is how you get yourself to pay attention to it. The receptivity and the sensitivity from just listening to yourself think is what gives you the ability to feel and experience the stuff and actually understand the meaning of what's happening. So this is very much a kind of yin and yang thing. You need the muscle for paying attention, but you also need the ear of listening to what's happening. And you combine those two things to unlock the psychological and emotional patterning, which allows deeper and deeper and deeper levels of experience to come up. And that process is a lot like lighting a rocket engine under yourself, because it hugely accelerates the speed of your life, because instead of going round and round and round in little circles like you are basically a rat in or a hamster wheel, it gets you out of the emotional hamster wheels. So you're constantly having problems, but they're constantly new problems. And it begins to open the cycles of life so that you begin to be moving actively forward rather than going around in loops. And after a few years of that, you begin to pick up a certain kind of forward momentum where every day you meditate, you release more emotional crap, it accelerates your life even further because you're even more fluid and flexible and capable and strong, and you get into this kind of mood where you're just rushing forward because you're burning away your karma and you're getting bigger and stronger and bigger and stronger and bigger and stronger all the time. And then at the top end of that process, you break into this kind of supersonic terrain where everything goes batshit crazy, and at that point you should call me. And I'm not saying don't call me until then, but you definitely get to a point where you become so fluid in the constant processing of emotional stuff that you begin to pick up this kind of super fluid quality where you're always in the right place at the right time and you seem to have perfect luck and perfect health. And at that point, it becomes important to do some additional practices before you just slide right the heck off into another dimension. And that pretty much concludes the technical bit. There is a document that writes this down, and it's called something like the 3-point exploding head technique. I will probably revise that text a little, but I will make it available to people that need it in the interim. And that's it for that part. Okay, microphone on. This will not really hear anything that you guys are saying, or at least it won't hear much of it. So I will tend to do things like repeat questions for the microphone just so that our internet folk can actually get some sense of what's going on. Because we actually have vastly more internet folk listening than we actually have folks here, which is kind of ironic somehow. But such is the nature. Right. So what we're going to do tonight is we're actually going to do 40 minutes, an hour of actual meditation with all the phases of stuff that we discussed last time. I will run over what those are very briefly again. So the purpose of this, by the end of the evening, what we should have done is fine-tuned the practices to the point where it's possible to do them at home and be doing them correctly enough to make some progress. Right? This is not to say that you go through the stuff once and you get it and that's all there is to it. But to get to the point where you've got enough technical precision that you can do it and not feel like you don't know what you're doing or that you're wasting your time. Let me restate briefly the theoretical framework. So the objective is that over the course of approximately a decade or a PhD's worth of work, you have an experience which comprehensively overcomes and permanently removes the fear of death. That is a Western compatible shorthand way of saying get enlightened, but enlightenment has got such a lot of cultural baggage that people don't really have an idea what it looks like. So the most tangible outward symptom is that all fear of death and all fear of life permanently evaporates in an understanding of the situation, of the fundamental nature of things, that just makes that fear seem irrelevant. Makes it just evaporate. So meditation as a direct path to enlightenment is, of course, pretty well established. Everybody will tell you that's what they're teaching. This specific branch is a retread or a modification of the traditional practices of the Nath Sampradaya. It is not Kriya Yoga, which is one of the things you would expect it to be. It's not Kriya Yoga. It's associated with Tantra, but it's not Tantra, although some of the later stage stuff could be described as that, or actually be that. And the reason for laying that path out, the reason I'm teaching it, is not because I think the world needs more meditators in an abstract sense and I'm devoting myself to that. Right? The way that my life works involves me being an enlightened actor in the world. I am getting to the point where my life is getting so complicated that I could easily need much more me than I have. So I have to teach some of the technical stuff on a wide enough scale that there will be an intersection between the people who get enlightened or are nearly enlightened and the people who feel like giving me a hand with doing things like managing refugee camps. Because I don't trust enlightened actors to make decisions about large numbers of other people's lives because they get emotional, and being emotional is a disaster if you're doing this kind of stuff. So that framework affects the nature of the practice, because the objective is explicitly, you start here, you do about a decade's worth of shove, at the end of that period you get enlightened. If you've got a ton of relevant experience, it might be 5 to 8 years. But it's a long haul. It is not a practice that is optimized for producing the highest possible quality of life between A and B. It's a practice which is optimized for getting to B safely. Right? Now, all of this contextual stuff changes the nature of the practices. It changes what practices you do, it changes why you do them, it therefore changes the results that you get. So all the stuff that you've got in terms of cultural baggage around meditation is something that people do to feel better, it's for managing stress, it's for all these kind of things. All of that sits in a different bucket. All of that is true, but those are different practices done in a different context with a different intention. This is about going through layer after layer after layer after layer after layer of mental obscuration until you hit the fear of death and pass through it to the other side. Make sense? Yeah, that. So, the 3 practices again. Practice number 1, mantra meditation, or mantra meditation with appropriate casual visualization. So, if you think cloud, in breath, cloud, out breath, cloud.
If the mind is going to form an image, let the image be of a cloud. In cloud, out cloud. If the mind forms an image, images of cloud. First practice. Builds mental muscle because you're constantly putting the attention back on the object you've chosen to meditate on. You could pick an abstract concept like peace or calm or something along those kind of lines. You could also pick an object which has broadly positive associations. Flowers, nature, things like that. You don't generally want to use something that's got a ton of cultural resonance. So you don't want to be meditating on, the Buddha, because that just brings in all of these additional layers. This is really just weightlifting for the consciousness. Mantra. Make the mind strong like a bull. Second practice, which I think is written up in the old book as Nath sitting, which is as good a name for it as any, but awareness, right? Well, technically it's probably Vipassana. You sit and you listen to the content of your senses, internal and external, as if it was a mantra. So, external sense, you can tune in to the noises in the room and you listen. But you may also get internal voice, narration and all the rest of this kind of stuff. You also listen to that. So whatever you're hearing is to be paid attention to as if it was the mantra. It's a state of pure receptivity. There are no bad thoughts. There's just attention to the thoughts. I am listening very carefully to my thoughts and the room. And this builds a high quality awareness, but it doesn't build mental muscle in the same way that mantra does. It doesn't provide controlled focus. Then the third practice is that you often find yourself having strong emotional reactions because unprocessed emotions build up, tend to get repressed on a sort of day-to-day basis, and as you sit and make space for those emotions to come up, some of the emotions will begin to come up. So in my case, I am tired and mildly grumpy. Turns out that work is a lot of work, and it's all very confusing, and there are too many moving parts, and it's really a lot. Oh, why didn't I do something easy? And that kind of discontent, difficult feeling. If I sit and I specifically feel that feeling, there's some muscular tension associated with it, there's some emotional stuff associated with it, there are strong feelings there, and those are things which have built up over a few days of being kind of busy, kind of ill, kind of tired, and kind of overextended, and everything happening faster than everything else. And over those few days, something has accumulated. And if I sit and feel that something, I get to know how I actually feel, and after a while, the backlog of unfelt feeling clears, and I'll feel better about it. So, if you only do the mantra, you build tons of muscle, but you don't build any self-knowledge. If you only do the Nath sitting, you build lots of self-knowledge, but you don't gain mental discipline or mental control. And if you only do those two practices, the emotional backlogs that tend to accumulate never get proper attention put on them. And the theoretical model is that you take the attention and you put it onto the difficult emotion, and you use the mental discipline to keep the attention on the emotion that otherwise you might tend to suppress. You keep feeling it, and you have the awareness of it. So the strength is to put the attention on the emotion, the awareness is to be able to full awareness of the emotion as you experience it, and You keep doing that for a while. Once you've felt it deeply, or you've done as much of it as you can really comfortably do, then you will typically return to mantra, or occasionally to listening, but usually you go back to mantra. And the notion is that you're rocking into the difficult emotion a little ways, and then you kind of go back to mantra for a while, and you kind of chill out again, and then maybe you do some listening to your thoughts, and you do some of that, and then maybe you go into the difficult emotion again. And it's this notion that you're gradually rocking backwards and forwards between the different practices in a way that allows you to get through more and more of the emotional material without really getting ground down or burned out. Just double checking that's recording. Yeah, good. So, that's the theoretical frame in a nutshell. Ingredients of successful sitting. So, you need an environment which has predictable rather than unpredictable noise. So it doesn't have to be silent. It could have things like street noise, but if it's outside of something like a playground where the noise has semantic significance rather than being a kind of background roar, it will tend to be much more difficult to meditate. Music is usually really quite difficult to meditate to, unless it's something which is unbelievably static and repetitive. There's quite a bit of drone music which is okay for meditating to, but in general, music is better than noise with semantics, but silence is better than music. The butt scoot, right? Lean forward, move as much of the gluteus maximus out from under your hip bones as possible. And then when you sit back, you get a nice stable point of contact between the hip bones and the floor. Then roll the shoulders back and sit. Hands can be palms down, palms up, or kind of folded over the belly. If you get physical discomfort, move. It's way, way better for this meditation to wiggle until you're in a comfortable position than to sit there with discomfort. This is very different from Zen, where in Zen you just sit when you're uncomfortable. We don't do that. It just doesn't help. Breathing. So traditional yogic breathing. Belly fills with air, chest fills with air, shoulders fill with air. So it's kind of the upper lobes of the lungs, and then exhale in reverse order. Shoulders empty, chest empties, belly empties. Nose or mouth depending on taste and degree of allergies. So, comfortable position? Comfortable position?
Could be more.
Okay. What do you need? Do you need more padding? Do you need to lean back on the pillar? We've got a variety of things to make yourself comfortable on. Sounds good? Good. Comfortable? Sure? Ish comfortable?
Comfortable enough, yeah.
Comfortable enough? Would you be more comfortable in a chair?
No, I got used to this.
Okay. Good enough. Do you have adequate back padding?
Yes, it seems okay.
Okay. Mr. Chalmer? Yeah, sure. I know, just like a mother hen. Has everybody scooted their butt properly? Comfortable enough? Ish? Chair? Not chair? No? Not chair. Okay, right, good. Right. now we will open the 1001 petal lotus of the upper. No, wait, sorry, wrong class. Right. So, does everybody sort of know what it is that we're about to do? All right. Advanced doing nothing. So, we'll start with some mantra stuff. I'm going to use the recorder to give me some timing. So, let's do maybe 15 minutes of mantra. It will tend to feel like quite a long time. If you don't have a mantra of choice, I'm going to suggest sunflower, not blue cheese. And keep a good bit of focus on physical comfort. So make sure that your body is as comfortable as it can reasonably be. I have a tendency of having my legs go dead because I just get something pinched. I've already gotten it halfway there. So a bit of wiggling. Make sure that you get the posture straightened out. Get your butt scoot, all the rest of that. And the breathing. Breathe into the abdomen. Then as the abdomen fills, the breath rises into the chest. Then as the chest fills, it rises into the upper lobes of the lungs, which kind of opens the shoulders. Gently wind down. We'll stop in about 2 minutes. Okay. So one thing I forgot to mention was eyes open or eyes closed. And the answer is either one is fine. For mantras, usually eyes closed is easier. So, should we take this one at a time? Who would like to go first? How did you find it?
That was hard.
Yes. So, what about the simple technical stuff? Were you sitting comfortably?
At the beginning, yeah, but not later on.
Okay. Was it a kind of uncomfortable you could fix by wiggling around?
No.
Okay. Was
compromised.
compromised in terms of?
Got blood flow to my leg, but continue whilst maintaining a reasonable amount of comfort.
Yeah. It's much more important not to have your leg fall off. I mean, this is the argument in favor of chairs. When I was doing the majority of my meditation, I was young, I'd done a ton of martial arts, I was in pretty good physical condition. Long static sitting was very comfortable and easy. It's actually a fair amount of effort. Hatha yoga, very good for getting a body that's good to sit in. That's why it was invented. And what about the mental part?
Straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I don't practice so much these days, but I used to. So
Okay.
it kind of like was just getting back into using those muscles.
Yep. Tom, how's the physical posture? Let's deal with the physics and the breathing first.
I see why people say don't have formula first.
Yes.
Space to breathe with.
Yep.
It was okay. I was a bit off today. This is what you think, so not great in that, but sitting was okay.
Yeah.
The rest of it was. I was surprised it was only 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It just went like that.
Yeah.
But I was finding it more helpful to try and not force things back into the point of concentration on the mantra. Everything had too many other ideas.
Yeah.
If I pushed it too hard, I'd break something.
Uh-huh.
It's a muscular analogy.
Yeah.
Don't try and run 5 miles in one go.
Yes. This is more of a kind of gentle leading than a
Keep pushing this one eventually.
Gentle encouragement.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I might have settled more into it with an extra half hour, possibly.
Yeah.
So the whole thing of 45 minutes. Probably would have been okay.
Yeah.
I think.
So, and this is one of the things with sustained practice, that if you're doing a lot of meditation, All of these kind of kinks tend to work themselves out over time.
Yeah.
Nothing removes the performance anxiety like knowing that you're doing it again tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Yeah?
It's quite weird.
Quite weird.
Yeah. Because I was trying to think about sunflowers.
Yes.
And I was trying to think about that yellow.
Yeah.
I couldn't really think about yellow, and then I started thinking about the patterns in sunflowers.
Yes.
And then I started that's when it got weird, because I started thinking like, oh, was this? I started feeling sunflower sun on me.
Yeah.
And I started thinking, oh, was a sunflower, and like that my head was in the sun.
Yes.
Which was quite weird.
Yes, that sounds quite weird. You may be an artist.
It was a bit, I wasn't really expecting all that to suddenly start down. It's a bit quite trippy.
Yeah. That's
Relaxing.
yes, that's not a bad way of doing business. I mean, that, as long as you are staying on the sunflower thing,
Oh, yeah, it was on sunflowers.
that will,
I was trying to think about them, and then I was on the sun.
yeah, that will perfectly, that works. It's fine. I mean, it's not kind of textbook mantra meditation, but it's just fine.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
You're supposed to just say sunflower or something.
Well, I mean, the sort of very dry form is you just sit there saying sunflower, but people will get bored with that, and if you've got a very creative mind, you might as well roll with it because it still counts, still works. It can be a bit entertaining and it can be a bit strange, but as long as the attention is going in the direction that you set it on, the mind is paying attention as long as it's doing the job it's there for. Mr. Chalmer?
I think the thing I find, posture's not great. Actually, I thought it'd be better. That's on a chair. But yeah, with me, it's like, I'm not sure my mantra is about, it's almost like I want to constantly study an object rather than just focus on it. It becomes an investigation of it.
Yeah.
Which isn't mantra, is it?
Well,
exploring something.
This is this line between, so dharana is dharana is a form of meditation where you direct the mind in a direction. So I'm going to think about only this topic, and then you think about that topic, and the mind flows in that direction. So sitting with the mantra sunflower, 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 sunflower is fine. Keeping the mind moving in the direction of sunflower, as long as you are thinking about the sunflower, is also fine. Right? Because what you're training is for the mind to pay attention to the thing that you tell the mind to pay attention to. And that doesn't have to be as dry as a simple mantra repetition to be effective. Right? Over time, if you do a ton of meditation, you will get good at the mantra thing just in the pure dry form. But the flow of attention towards a specific object is a recognized thing, and it's also very efficient. So it's not a bad thing, because as long as the mind is focusing on that object, you're training the mind to focus. It still counts. The pure dry mantra is a thing that's worth mastering at some point, but you don't have to start there. Getting the mind to pay attention to one thing is the important part. And it doesn't have to be just the word, which is the symbol for the thing. It can be the full experience of the thing.
Was that actually 15 minutes?
Yeah. It was about, 12 or 13. Yeah. That can happen.
So I think I went too far the other way because I picked waves as the word, which obviously you can experience quite vividly.
Oh, yes.
But it's constantly changing. So it's what are you actually focusing on?
Yes.
So maybe start with something a bit more concrete and static.
A little more static and well behaved. Yes, I can see that. And what about the sitting things are all fine? Okay, good. Okay, so if anybody wants to adjust their postural stuff, do you need more of a cushion, Mark? Do you want to move to a chair? What's your feeling? Very good. Yeah, yoga mat is not very much between you and the floor, I must say. Yeah, maybe I should try one of those. This used to be a lot easier. Right. So, this time out,
Because it could be easy for me to fall asleep as well.
Ah,
Now
yes.
that's really bad, isn't it? That's not meditating, that's falling asleep.
Falling asleep is definitely not meditating. However, as long as you don't snore, it is acceptable.
That's good to know.
Yes. So, this time out, listening. So, whatever comes up in the mind, we just allow to come up in the mind and we treat it as if it is the mantra. Eyes could be open or closed. Don't forget the butt scoop, the opening of the shoulders. You often want to point the chin down slightly, which kind of relaxes the neck, changes the body mass a little. Then breathing, belly, chest, shoulders, empty chest, empty belly. Just getting the mechanics right is a third of the struggle. It's so much easier with the mechanics right. And then listening to whatever comes up in the mind or in the environment. And we'll do about probably 10 minutes. Okay. Give it another minute or so, and then we'll stop. This one is kind of hard work, isn't it? Mantras are quite safe. The mind is always directed towards a nice, comfortable thing. They're quite cozy. This is very much more like direct contact and can be harder work. So, physical posture, how's everybody doing? Comfy-ish? Surviving? You're fine. Mr. Chalmer, chair is good? Chair is good, yeah. Yourself?
Chair's better than I thought of it.
Yeah. Leaning against the wall is actually quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a fan of that. I mean, the sitting stuff does get easier with time. Partly you get better at sitting, you find positions that are more comfortable, and you get better at little micro adjustments. Partly muscle builds up. So, mental side. How did everybody find that?
Yeah, it's alright.
It's alright.
It's a bit. Then I ended up on all these nice places.
Uh-huh. Nice calm flow.
I find that much easier.
Yeah. Any easier than the mantra thing? Interesting.
I think I needed probably a bit more time for it to warm up. Still quite waiting for things to happen.
Yes. If you're waiting for things to happen, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So you're just listening to whatever the mind generates. And if that turns out to be nothing, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, there was quite a lot of it, just not very much. It's fine, so I was like, oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Just listening to that stuff is the practice. The notion that you're consciously listening to whatever the mind generates is a way of getting the mind to really empty itself out, which when it eventually starts to produce silence, produces a very robust, durable silence. But you definitely don't want to sit with the intention of the mind quieting itself. You want to have the intention of listening. And if the mind kind of runs out of things to say, that's great. But the durability of the silence comes from the mind being fully emptied. Some things which are more kind of technique oriented will tend to create an artificial silence or artificial stillness, and then when you stop, the mental noise kind of comes back. This approach is a kind of multi-year emptying of the mind until the mind just completely runs out of content. Oh, there's nothing left. Wow. And then, boom, the silence.
Just stretching.
And how was the mental side of this one?
Quite familiar,
Mm-hmm.
but trickily new with the context of the mantra first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The mantra is a big new thing.
Okay.
Before having that before the next two bits is a big new thing.
Yeah. It's a very, mantras are a big deal.
Strength.
muscular. Tom?
I found it quite hard to keep the distance, the observational distance between the flow
Yep.
and the awareness of the flow.
Yes.
The nearest analogy I can find to it is actually the experience of being on antidepressants. So you mentioned depression earlier, and it not being like that, but it was when you're aware of things happening, but it's happening over there. And nothing quite actually contacts the core.
Yep. Yep.
And I was trying to keep that kind of distance as the intent of the mental state.
Yes.
And not always quite giving that.
Yes.
Being it rather than watching it.
Yeah, being it rather than watching it is a good way of thinking about it. So, the being it versus watching it, or being it versus listening to it line is very subtle. It doesn't actually matter all that much which side of the line you're on any given day. It's better to wind up being it and relaxed than watching it and strained.
Yeah.
Because there is, again, this thing of like, over time, the watcher position sort of naturally emerges because you're doing a lot of it. Like, oh, I'm going to sit here and listen to my thoughts. Oh yeah, that's how my thoughts are, and it kind of gradually emerges. With a lot of this stuff, what you're optimizing for is endurance in practice. So you want to sit in a way that makes it more likely that you will sit the next day, because getting it all right on a single day but finding it so difficult you don't want to do it again, it's intensely self-limiting. It's all about establishing a multi-year practice that has this kind of slow glide path into more and more profound material.
All I was really getting was just like a different way of random memories.
Yeah.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
That is perfect. Lots of weird random memories is perfect. Because that is the mind doing exactly what the mind does, right? And giving the mind the space to do what the mind does is half of the purpose. Right? All of that weird random memory stuff is the mind decompressing things. And you could have 6 months, a year of that kind of decompression, and then it'll kind of move into another phase. But that is absolutely perfect. That is what this kind of meditation is all about. Right, let's do the difficult one.
I forgot what's close to there.
Oh, the difficult one. The difficult one is where we basically feel our emotions, whether they're happy or uncomfortable or anything else. We sit with our emotions for a while, and you're trying to keep the attention on the difficult thing. Whatever the difficult thing happens to be, you try and keep the attention on the difficult thing and experience it fully.
But so what, we're supposed to try and think of something difficult?
No, you're just going to sit and feel your emotions. 9 times out of 10, there'll be something difficult there.
Okay.
We won't do this one for very long, but just long enough to kind of get into it a little. And then we'll go do some more mantras. So, again, make sure the posture is good. Get yourself well seated. Remember the breathing, do the breathing just so. Let yourself feel. you become distracted from the feeling, put the mind back on the feelings. And we'll come out in a couple of minutes and then go back to mantras. Okay, bring the attention back to the mantra. Start the mantra practice again. Slowly, slowly. Let the mantra soothe and stabilize the mind. And relax. You can keep doing the mantras another minute or so if you like, but also let your body unwind. That is basically it. Typically you would do 2 rounds. So you'd basically do something like, do some mantras, do some formless sitting, do some emotional feeling, do some mantras, do some formless sitting, do some emotional feeling, do some mantras, done. So roughly 10 minutes of activity, maybe a bit less. You don't always have to start with mantras, you can start with the other things, you can kind of switch them around a little, but you don't want to do less than about 10-minute blocks. Having something that goes ding every 10 minutes is not a bad approach. Right, 10-minute dinger, change to the next activity. I have been trying not to describe this as circuit training for the mind, but it's actually circuit training for the mind. So, some kind of physical practice, Tai Chi, Hatha Yoga, Pilates, whatever it is, it's very useful to be able to get a nice, good, stable position for sitting in. Practicing sitting by sitting is good. Chairs are an amazing invention. Although the body does get used to the sitting stuff pretty quickly. Apart from losing blood flow to your legs, which never seems to get better. So for that one, the quality of sitting equipment is about all that you can do about that one, as far as I know. So the emotional processing kind of step is not commonly built into meditation systems. Most meditation systems that may happen in the process, but it's not done as a specific thing. The reason for making it an explicit step is that if you're in a Western context, which is quite an emotionally messy culture, people don't have strong family ties, they don't have extended family units, they tend not to have a guru-disciple relationship with anybody. Most of the sources of primary emotional stabilization are not present in the culture, which tends to produce a ton of aggregate wear and tear that the Indian systems would not typically expect to find. So there's need for more of an emphasis on that, and as you get better and better at processing the emotional garbage, and you run out of ordinary emotional garbage, it also prepares you for dealing with some of the fundamental cultural level emotional garbage. Right? The primary reason that Tantra and that advanced meditation don't really work very well for Westerners is the fear of God. Because if you've got practices which produce an awareness of God, whatever that might mean, and you're very afraid that God is actually not very nice, the tendency is to get into that territory and then avoid it like the very plague. Because the last thing you want to do is come face to face with your maker only to discover that he really doesn't like you. Well, I'm very sorry, I'm very disappointed, it's the other place for you. And that fear is very deep inside of Western culture. So part of the reason for the additional emphasis on the emotional practices is so that those cultural level fears can be dismantled at the same time as the rest of the meditation process is going on, so that as you get into these very high states of consciousness which eventually come, you know how to handle fear, you know how to handle the difficult emotions. The fear of God can be released at the same time as everything else is being released. And that sounds kind of abstract, but it took me about 5 years to figure out that that was why people were having such enormous trouble in high states of consciousness. It was a major discovery and insight, and the best approach that I can see handling that is to build much stronger emotional processing machinery, so that as we get closer to those kind of states, we've got the equipment for getting rid of those cultural level fears. And it's not easy. Right? In the same way that a hatha yoga practice or a tai chi practice is good for training the sitting stuff, some kind of body-oriented psychotherapy, Hakomi, Feldenkrais, Rolfing, Reichian therapy, if you could find it, those kind of things, also very useful adjuncts to these kind of practices. Not necessarily for the entire period, but it's worth doing that stuff if you begin to get a serious build-up. Because meditation alone will not move a lot of the deeper body stuff. You do need external third-party help for some parts of it in almost all cases. So do not be shy about therapy. And just for the record, because this might become important, if people listen to these tapes over any length of time, this might become important. If there is some kind of movement built around doing these kinds of meditation, people's therapists should never come from inside of that movement. The last thing you want is a closed system. People should always have their therapists from outside of whatever cultural block they're part of, because that's how your therapists can tell you that the cultural block is screwing with your head if it is. Just for the record. Okay, any questions?
I don't really get over it at all. It's just like, oh, you're supposed to feel something, and that's just sort of really just total blank.
Okay, you get to the feeling part, total blank. Perfect.
Kind of just, well, yeah. If you're trying to think about feeling, then it's like...
It's not going to work.
Yes, it's not, it doesn't connect.
Okay. It may just be you don't have very much going on today.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Because, if everything is fine, everything is fine.
That's true, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if there are feelings to be felt, that's the space they're going to arrive in. If everything's basically fine, nothing comes up.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
Female, you feel like should have a few issues.
Well, but, if everything's going great, then sitting there feeling happy and that everything is going great is a perfectly good use of that section.
Yeah, that's a feeling.
Yeah. For most of us, most of the time, it will be emotional processing to some degree, because we live in a culture that tends to accumulate emotional garbage faster than it frees us of it. But if things are going great, things are going great.
What with that constant?
Yeah.
It's a shocker.
Yeah. It can happen. Anything else before we wrap up?
I wasn't quite sure if when you're thinking about these feelings, it was often the first tendency was just to plunge in, right, let's try and unwrap it and fix it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't do that. So.
Well, sometimes you can, but the thing that, the impulse to fix it is not wrong. but it's really important to feel it all the way first. Because getting good at feeling bad is a really important part of getting through the harder practices. Right? Being able to sit with genuinely unpleasant emotional material until it loses its power is a huge part of the long-term meditation experience. So some of this stuff is about clearing up the emotional mess, but a lot of it is also about getting good at living with very unpleasant emotions for extended periods and not getting overwhelmed by them. And you might say, but why would one want to do such a thing? And the answer is that there are some unbelievably unpleasant fundamental facts about human life and the civilization and the culture that we're in. And being able to process our real emotional feelings about those things is a really important part of being able to get the mind to full coherence. Nobody wants to die. And having the fully felt emotional reaction to death and the fear of death is an essential part of getting over it. So if you think about the emotional feeling part, we're getting good at processing toxic emotions and negativity and really feeling and experiencing and releasing these things, because in the long run we have to do that for all the stuff that we try not to think about. Right. And it's that inevitable grinding down to the fine point of I'm going to face my fear of death and I'm going to get over my fear of death. That's deconditioning the deepest levels of the monkey mind. It's going right the way to the core of our kind of biological substrate and changing the way it works. It's not actually very much fun for large parts of that process. And, all of this stuff is like prologue for that experience. Not fun, but really efficient. And the thing is that for those levels of fear, there is no psychological fix for them. So, psychological fix, right? You have an emotion, you feel the emotion goes away, you have a realization that things weren't the way you thought they were, everything lines up again. For the big kind of primal fear stuff, you just hit deep, long, and what has to happen is you can't get away from the fear or process the fear or get around the fear. What you can do is you can basically change what fear is to you. And changing how fear fits into your life is actually kind of sort of how those final stage practices work. And although that seems very distant from the present, it's really important to think of these practices as being, it's kind of like landing a plane on a very long runway, that it's a convergence to a set of experiences that cause this kind of systemic transformation. Because if you lose sight of that, it becomes very hard to understand why the practice is so bloody difficult. Right? It's difficult because it's building the toolkit necessary to address the fundamental human condition and then to have victory over the bad parts of it. It's ambitious stuff.
It also just sounds like being a man.
Yeah, seriously. Right? Because, the cycle of life stuff, family life is the hard path for people that are serious about their spirituality. Traditionally in India, the householder path is the hard path. Monks, easy. Family life, hard. Because you're constantly getting exposed to all the stuff that you know about and which I have carefully avoided. It's no joke. Mr. Chalmer, any thoughts?
How significant is the sitting with part as opposed to some another school which might suggest moving with?
So sitting with, so the notion that you need a body-oriented psychotherapy practice, you could certainly get a lot of that material from those kind of practices. The the sort of moving with the emotions kind of things, it will not do quite the same thing as sitting with, right? But the thing that it does is very useful and is worth doing at some point, but it doesn't substitute for that part of the practice. But it's, you can make a pretty good argument that you need both, and you might find that some people will mix them. It will probably be all right, but definitely it's both and. Largely because the more abstract, difficult emotions are very difficult to metabolize in the body. Right? They're genuinely in the energy field rather than in the flesh, and for that stuff you don't want to run it through the body to get rid of it. At a sort of technical yoga level, the sort of koshas, the layers of energy around the body. So the different practices are clearing different levels of the energy body, and the sitting with difficult emotions is purifying the emotional body. The mantra practices do the mental body, and the receptive stuff does the psychic body. So you're exercising different parts of those bodies in such a way that the bodies as a whole begin to have the kind of self-cleaning mechanism. And once the self-cleaning mechanism comes fully back into presence, the kind of whole emotional, psychological nature of things begins to completely settle out, and then the meditation can really begin to work on the mind. The kind of 6 months of an hour a day thing is basically enough to get that process started, and after that, different kinds of meditative experiences become important.
That's one question.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got to go back to the thing where you're thinking about one thing.
Yeah.
Does it have to be the same thing as before? Or doesn't it matter?
Doesn't have to be, probably should be, doesn't really matter. Right? With all of this stuff, it's far more important to do it than to do it right.
Yeah.
Because
I wonder what that might even be.
you can fine tune it over months or years. I'm trying to think. So we talked about eyes open, eyes closed. You can do it either way. Do not forget to get the posture comfortable, because sitting and trying to meditate when you're uncomfortable is just like 3 times harder than it has to be. So the relationship between the 3 activities, right? I want to stress this very much, that the notion that you're kind of rocking into the uncomfortable emotions kind of as far as is comfortable-ish, then you kind of rock back out and go back to the mantra or whatever else you're going to do. Having the sensitivity to know when to move further into the emotions and when to back out of them again is quite important, because if the process is so unpleasant that you don't want to do it, you'll stop, and at that point no benefit. So it's this notion of moving in as far as is kind of reasonably manageable, but doing it regularly enough and often enough that that is still enough to get through the emotional terrain. So that's the kind of balance point, right? The practice has to be performed in such a way that you continue to do the practice, otherwise the practice doesn't work. So it's not meant to be really, really hard work. It's meant to be kind of sort of hard work that leaves you feeling better afterwards than you were before. And that's quite a difficult thing to balance, because it is quite an intense practice. But you've got to have this balance between, the sort of enduring willpower to get through it, and the fact that the process itself is kind of good on its own. And that balance point is actually the most difficult part of the practice to get right. But once you get it right, the practice will endure, and it's the endurance of practice that is the fundamental objective. Because you can't cross the terrain quickly, so you have to build a practice that allows you to cross the terrain, however slowly, and it still requires about an hour a day to really get moving. So how do you do something for an hour a day, which is superficially kind of unrewarding and contains a lot of difficult material, but still keeps you coming back to it? And it's psychologically solving that challenge that is building the necessary vehicle or the necessary machine to cross over all the territory you have to cross to get to the fundamental enlightenment. So a ton of what you're doing is practicing how to practice, and learning how to adjust the practice until it gives you enough satisfaction and feedback that you know that you can continue to do it month after month, year after year, until the fundamental breakthroughs come. Does that kind of make sense? Right? As a theoretical model, building a practice that you're able to sustain for a decade is the objective, and a good part of the practice is about figuring out how to maintain it. So as you go through the early stages of it, a lot of what you're doing is fine-tuning the experience of doing it such that it's pleasant enough you can continue it and you feel you're making progress. And those are the things of which the enduring practice is then constructed. Because brute willpower alone isn't enough. It has to be fine-tuned for your own psychology and your own needs, and that's how you get the endurance to really cross the plains. It's a big kind of like, big sandy desert walking exercise. And, it's this kind of, tromping across the big desert kind of feeling. Every day you tromp a little further. How do you make sure that you're going to keep tromping?
What's the answer?
Take some water, right? Yeah. So this is quite a delicate balance point. But the notion that the emotional processing stuff is done every day or very regularly at least is what allows the emotions to process at a speed that causes it not to be too unpleasant. The more regularly you're doing it, the less pressure tends to build up. So if you think of these balances between we're going really fast and it's really hard, or we're going really slowly and we're not seeing any benefit, you're trying to find a personal balance point where it's enough progress that you're seeing tangible progress, but it's not so unpleasant that you're tempted to stop. And finding where that personal balance point is actually kind of the key to the enduring practice. And the enduring practice is the key to actually getting to a sort of transcendent relationship with the basic material. So if you think, I am practicing, but I'm also learning how to practice in a way that I can sustain, it's sort of like learning how to maintain a bonsai that you're going to be keeping for many, many years. And that's, I think, something that is not usually stressed enough. The idea that in the early phases, you're building the foundations of being able to do it all the way through. Every day you have to say, what's my level of motivation like? How do I do this in a way that causes me to get more rather than less motivated? How do I make sure it's fitting into the ecological balance of my life in a way that I can sustain it? Because you have to frame it as, an hour a day for 10 years or a bit less. Because less than that is unlikely to produce fundamental transformation. And if the meditation is not about fundamental transformation, there are much easier kinds of meditation to do. And that's the real bedrock. Right, I think we should leave it there unless there are any final questions. No? All makes sense? Good and good enough? Right, recorder off. Right, third of three, the kind of basic meditation thing. I'm going to start actually putting a time and date on the beginning of things so people know when they were recorded. What is this, 27th of March? In London, 2015. Might matter later. Okay, so basic theoretical framework. I'll start from the top. The objective is that in 10 plus years of practice, one attains a state of awareness where all fear of death evaporates, resulting in a kind of radical freedom. The best tool that I'm aware of for starting that is meditation, and the meditation that I think works best for Westerners is the one that starts with first mantra meditation of a very standard kind. You can learn it from a book called The Calm Technique. Secondly, a technique which is written up as nath sitting. So it's basically a kind of sitting where you just have kind of static awareness of what is happening. You sit, you listen to your mind as if your mind was the mantra. So you just pay attention to the content of the mind, whatever it happens to be at the time, as if whatever is in your head is the mantra. Third kind of meditation you find a strong emotion, which for most people will be a difficult emotion, and you just sit and have awareness of the emotion. That can also be done after you've done a bunch of practice, as just sitting and having awareness of feeling, and that can include physical sensation and include the senses. But it's important as you begin to cultivate the practice of sitting with strong emotions, particularly difficult ones, because later on in the meditation practice, you're going to go through an enormous amount of difficult emotional stuff, and you want to build up the muscle of doing that as early on in the practice as possible. A lot of the difficult material you'll hit later is inherently difficult. So everybody's parents are likely to die before they are. Nobody will enjoy this experience except for a very few people who've already suffered a lot in that case, right? And that kind of inherent difficulty of life is always going to have to be experienced. So what I want to talk about before we sort of do the sitting on this round is mythology and props. Because most of the time meditation is embedded in complex mythologies with ornate props. So an example of an ornate prop for meditation is Angkor Wat Temple, right? The Sistine Chapel. You can, medieval cathedrals. Like that's what a meditation prop looks like. Not some sort of 4-inch tall plastic Ganesha. That is a prop, but the scale of meditation props historically cannot be underestimated. Can't be overestimated, rather. Similarly, the mythologies are all-encompassing. So, you have some kind of crazy rabbinical Jew 2,000 years ago who has a bunch of visions and tells people about them, may or may not raise a bunch of people from the dead and similar impressive special effects, and that mythology becomes a dominant force inside of Western culture 2,000 years later. So the props are enormous and the mythologies are titanic. And we sort of sit in this sea of partially digested mythology and semi-aware props. So capitalism as an extension of the Protestant work ethic is in some ways a mythology that got completely out of control that started out from medieval Christianity. And how big is the prop? The British Empire comes out of a bunch of ritual magic done by a guy called John Dee, who is Queen Elizabeth I's court magician and writes books saying that Britain should replicate Rome but using ships and ports rather than roads. Titanic impact. So for this kind of meditation and for this kind of system or stream of teaching, I thought it was important to have some mythology and a couple of props. So the recommended props are basically two. The first is a meditation jacket, something that you wear when you're going to meditate and that you don't wear the rest of the time. And my suggestion is anything that you can buy from an industrial supply catalogue that isn't white. Lab coats, warehouse coats, anything along those kind of lines. And the texture should be regular, so shouldn't have a pattern, shouldn't be covered in lots of little squares like you get with ripstop. You'll probably like it more if it's cotton than polycotton, but just a thing that you wear. Not white, because frankly, when you see spiritual people gathered together and they're all dressed in white, usually they're basically completely nailed to some kind of ideology. Large numbers of people dressed in white, they tend to have very uniform beliefs, and we don't really want to do that. The second thing that I think is worth investing in terms of props is a sort of, and this is a little harder to define, the notion of sacred time. So the sort of mental construct that there is a chunk of your day in which you do spiritual practice, sometimes physical like Tai Chi or Hatha Yoga, sometimes meditation, could be something else, art, writing, whatever it is. But the notion that you have a block of sacred time and this sort of psychological and narrative constructs around that block are in some ways the equivalent of the jacket, right? You put the jacket on, you're now in sacred space. You put the jacket on, you're now in sacred time. But you need to make the time to put on the jacket. Right? And how you narrativize that to the people around you who want to put pressure on your time, including yourself, is the first part of the constructive mythology. So the sort of constructive mythology that over the course of a decade you're going to do about a PhD's worth of work, and at the end of that you'll become liberated from fear, that's actually quite an odd mythology. If you actually compare that to sort of scientific rationalism, that is quite peculiar. If you go to academic psychologists and say, I'm going to sit on my butt for an hour a day, and at the end of that I'm going to lose my fear, all of it, at least all the good parts. Really? How do you think that will work? Gupta said it would work. Gupta seemed kind of mad, but in a good way sometimes. Right. So it's worth accepting that at the very first outing, we have a mythology, and the mythology is all of the stories that I'm telling you about this stuff that you haven't personally verified yet. Right? I am still not entirely sure of the things that my teachers taught me, which parts were just hogwash and which parts are impossible but still true. Right? Because there are still some things that they gave me on the reality map that I haven't seen yet. And are those things actually there, or are those things stuff that was put in to see whether I was paying attention and actually testing the hypotheses? Right? Because yoga is meant to be an experimental science, right? You're meant to go and verify this stuff. Have I taken things on faith, or have I checked everything for myself? Hard questions, right? Is this making sense as a mode of analysis? Right. So, sorry, I'm just double checking. Yeah, right, it is fine. I should stop worrying about it. Yeah. So, narratives that protect a block of sacred time over the course of about a decade. Right. Now, lots of people, when they talk about meditation and how you get the time to meditate, will tell you you can sleep less. If you live in London, you already sleep less. Sleeping even less is not going to help. Right? You, generally speaking, have to take a couple of things out of your life to put meditation in. What kind of things can you take out? Television. Not many people I know watch television, but it is the source for which people who do watch television can reclaim life. If you're already living fairly efficiently, you generally speaking have to jettison a goal or an objective. I'm going to take this objective and I'm going to admit that it's never going to happen, and I'm going to park it. Learning ancient Greek is probably not going to happen, but I am going to meditate. So you need some sort of mythological construct that defends the block of time that you're going to put into these kind of practices over the course of, and it's really helpful to think about 10 years and the PhD as a template. There are lots of places you can do meditation, 15 minutes, 10 minutes twice a day, 20 minutes twice a day. That stuff is very effective, but it's also not for this. That's kind of health maintenance meditation, or it's part of systems that have this very kind of gradualist approach. This kind of stuff is much more technical, much more hard-hitting, and much more scientific in big quotes. So, physical prop, jacket, whatever it turns out to be, psychological prop, narrative prop, mythology, block of sacred time. Second part of that, understanding that all of the stories that you have about meditation are not true until you've verified them for yourselves. Right? If I say, when I concentrate really hard, I can astrally project over the internet, right? Now, this sounds like nonsense, right? But how do you know, right? Could Gupta astrally project over it? Sounds ridiculous. That is absolutely a tame story compared to some of the stuff that my teachers told me they'd seen. Right? I'm just refusing to go to the places in India where you're supposed to go if you want to know whether that stuff is real. I'm just not going. I am very content with my current level of understanding. I don't want to know whether there are immortal men that can walk through walls living in caves. Even if everybody that I know who's reached the very highest levels of this stuff says that they learned it from those guys. Right? Imagine the strength of mind that it takes to live perfectly comfortably with the ambiguity about whether or not there are immortal yogis in India that can walk through walls and live forever. When all of your teachers at the very high level say, oh yeah, those guys, I met those guys. Right? That is an example of the benefit of meditation. Right? Normally, you would want to pursue that story until you knew the truth of it one way or the other, or you'd have to form an opinion about whether it's there or whether it's not there. Right? In my case, I am perfectly comfortable with my decision that I'm just not going to go and investigate. I have other things to do. These things are priorities. If these guys exist, they're welcome to come and visit me at home at any point of their teleporting convenience. Otherwise, I'm not having any of it.
No need to know, just walk in.
Right? Right? So, the detachment from the mythology is a way of returning to your own experience. Right? I don't even believe my own mythology. I don't believe it or disbelieve it. It just sits there as something that I don't have to invest in and I don't have to interact with unless I choose to. So what you want is this notion that the sitting practice is its own objective. Right? Yes, there is a meta structure that in 10 years of sitting practice, something dramatic will happen. Yes, there are a bunch of supportive practices like ritual which help contain the sitting practice and make it easier to do and in the long run give better results. But at the end of the day, the sitting practice's goal is the sitting practice and the accumulation of experience. The mythologies are just contents of the mind, they are not the sitting practice. So you take the mythologies, when you sit, you put the mythology on one side. If the mythology returns to you as part of your awareness, it's just another thought. Right? And this is quite a subtle mechanism. You might believe in a mythology when you're not sitting. When you are sitting, the mythology is just another object of awareness. And over time, if you're lucky, that will result in a position where you can have these beliefs which are neither true nor not true. You don't feel compelled to investigate, and if any evidence ever shows up, that's fine. And this is kind of the notion that you can live with an open hypothesis. And living with an open hypothesis is the sort of second greatest reward of meditation, because actually our knowledge about the world is extremely limited when we really pay attention. If you really, really think about what we know and what we don't know about our experience, we actually know vanishingly little. We still don't have a definitive scientific explanation of what matter is. You can get as far as quarks, and after that, people go, Then it gets a little strange, we're not really sure. So it's just fundamental particles that kind of obey their own rules and come from nowhere, and we have no model of what's going on. Yeah, and also we're not too sure about space-time. It does this expansion thing, but it's a bit funny. The math looks funny. Dark energy. Right? So, we are living in open hypotheses all the time. We don't know what matter is. We don't know what space-time is. We're rock solid sure of about 1 billion years of evolution. There's a little bit of fuzziness about how it gets started. That's about the most solid object that we have, and even that might turn out to have large areas of ignorance embedded in it. Epigenetics, who knew? What do you mean the DNA changes when they think really hard? Right? Who's to say when they'll find out? That's a joke, but who's to say? So, this notion that you're prying the mind back off the hypothesis and just sitting, over time, turns into this relationship with life where when you don't know things, you just don't know them. We don't have to tell a story about what it is. We don't have to have an opinion about whether we should know. We just get into the position where over time the mind settles down into, I'm just not sure about that yet. And it becomes comfortable to not know. Once you're comfortable in not knowing, you can then open into the enormous ocean of things that we don't know. Is there reincarnation? Is the milk still fresh? What happened to Margaret Thatcher's soul if she had one? Right? And as you unpick that protective structure of certainty that we build around us, this is the second great freedom, right? Freedom from the fear of death, freedom from the need to be certain, the need to know, opening out into this formation of hypothesis. Maybe it's this, let's investigate that. Turns out not to be that, something else. And this is essentially a scientific perspective on life, but without the repeatable experiment. So we acknowledge that life is a bit too complex to do repeatable experiments on most of the time, but we sit in a basically scientific relationship with what's going on. Can I prove it? What do I actually know? Have I seen it? Is there evidence? If not, it's mythology. Some of that mythology might be useful sometimes, but you sit down in the meditation coat, in the meditation window, you take your sacred hour, and none of that stuff is real for that period. And this is a cultivation of a very specific attitude towards life, mind, and knowledge. Now, that specific attitude is kind of like aqua regia, right? It's a universal solvent. You want this ability to dissolve out all the certainties we have about things that we don't actually have certainty about. And what you're left with is a sort of bedrock not knowing, which is actually the real human experience. It's where children are. Adults gradually lose sight of the unknown as they acquire knowledge, but they also lose sight of the things that they don't know about because they just don't have time to investigate, or they gradually lose curiosity. Right? As a kid, you can ask why and why and why and why and why. You get a little bit older, and eventually somebody hands you 600 pages of a mathematical physics textbook and says, once you get through that, we can talk about it. And slowly we become dissuaded from this primal curiosity. So, meditation is a space to return to this kind of primal curiosity without having to constantly tell ourselves that we understand things we're not sure about. The raising of the tolerance for uncertainty and unknowing, comfort in the face of not being certain, comfort in the face of open hypotheses, settling the mind down. I don't know, I'm not sure, I kind of sort of want to understand, but I don't right now. I have an open hypothesis, or I'm just gathering data. And that attitude, when you take it into areas of life that there are actual practical things going on in, turns into this sort of openness to understand what is not yet understood. You can map the unknown, and you discover that we're completely immersed in it. Actually, the unknown is enormous. I'm not actually sure very much about anything. And at that point, if you are lucky, things become mysterious. Wow, actually the world kind of has these patterns, it rhymes. It seems to have a certain kind of intentionality, it seems to smile, there's a sense of humour to life that seems to emerge acausally. That kind of stuff comes out of living in this condition of open hypothesis. Right? And it begins to sound like mysticism. In a sense it is, but it's only the mysticism of ordinary life. Right? It's kind of, magical realism only in the sense that reality is kind of magical. And it's not that much of a mental shift to access that, because after all, we were children and everything was magical when we were kids. Cardboard box is spaceship because we say so. This is how powerful our magic is. When we are 7, it might not work anymore. We had better get out there and do it. Right? Right. So, I'm sort of describing this stuff as a set of fruits, a set of useful things that come out of the practice. They're partly there as bait, right? Like, this stuff is actually good, and it's hard for me to explain why it's good without setting up a set of expectations that are bad. But these are the kinds of things which come out of it and are useful. They're not a priori reasons to practice, but what I'm trying to point at is modes of transformation of the mind that meditation can achieve when approached in a particular way that are not particularly well discussed or documented. There's a lot of discussion about mystical experiences, sit here until you see luminous figures from other dimensions come and give you blessings in the form of little purple raindrops. There's very little in the sense of you'll get really comfortable not understanding things, and trust me, you're human, there's going to be a lot of that. Right? And the thing that I'm attempting to frame is this notion of a sort of small miracle mysticism. That if you get really comfortable inside of the life that you have, inside of the mind that you inhabit, what emerges from that as you begin to get more comfortable with the unknown is this kind of small miracle thing where actually it's kind of wondrous. This is sort of amazing. We really don't understand, and yet it is endless. Oh, wow. And that is basically the deal. It's not actually very impressive. In comparison with what a lot of the hardcore mystical traditions will tell you, it is demysticizing, demythologizing, largely within a Western rationalist framework, as long as you don't do too much weird stuff, and gradual shedding of certainty, shedding of hardness, emerging into. And it doesn't actually sound all that much like heavy mystical weirdness. It is, but it's heavy mystical weirdness approached in this kind of sort of cat petting way. You just kind of settle the thing down in your lap and you pat it on the head, and eventually it starts to purr. Right? We're not going to actively catch the cat. It's just kind of like, I'm just going to sit here ignoring the mystical weirdness, and eventually, oh no, Mr. Tibbles wants a mystic pat on the head, does he? Oh, there's mystical weirdness in my lap. Pat, pat, pat. Purr, purr, purr. Life is a great mystery. Purr, purr, purr. It is everywhere and nowhere. Purr, purr, purr. Look, you can see it. Meow. Versus this approach of going out and capturing the great mystery. No, it is not going to be caught. It is eventually going to come and sit on your lap because you show up in the same place at the same time every day and wait for it. What did you want? Meow. What do you want? That is a comfortable lap. I will come and sit on that. And, this is very much about diffusing the mythology of enlightenment. Right? It's just that, set of processes, bunch of unknowing, the cat of mystical consciousness that may eventually just come and sit on your lap. If one does not scare it off and pats it enough, eventually there will be purring and perhaps the cosmic meow. And then there you are, right back where you started, right? With everything kind of open and flowing in some ways that it wasn't before, having a full experience of being human, but you were having a full experience of being human before, it just wasn't as much fun because it was kind of entangled. Right? The sink is now empty of dishes. How wonderful. It is still a sink. Yes, you are still an ape. You're just an ape with an empty sink. Oh, is an empty sink better than a full sink? They're both sinks. Yes, but I think you'll find the empty one is better. Yes. But it's still sink. Yes, we told you it was meditation. We did not say it was miracles. Right? Now, some of the reason that this is not the way that meditation is typically taught and framed is because most meditation is taught by people that want to make a living teaching meditation. Right? Or you've got institutions that want to hold wealth and power over multi-century periods. So you've got a bunch more mythology, which is essentially advertising, and you have a bunch more stories about certainty because it's really easy to motivate people with certainty. Right? If what you're basically selling people is you will get into a position where you will be filled with mystical doubt of everything you think you know, and you won't care because you'll be super comfortable with doubt as a way of life. Wow, that sounds amazing. No, wait, what? Really? Yeah, really. You should try it. Yeah. Or I could go over here and they're going to promise me that the sparkly cartoon beings from other dimensions will come and so there's an inherent participation bias against the traditions which have this kind of much more settled, much more laid back, much more continuous approach to these things. People love fireworks. Right? There are no fireworks except you get into certain kinds of high stress, high difficulty situations, and it turns out that the sort of mystical feline presence of the universe is capable of 0 to 16 1/8 of a millisecond and can climb like glass. Right? So I'm not denying that there is the great mystical thing. I'm not denying that there are mystical and magical experiences that are totally life transformative. I've seen them, but they're products of crisis. If everything is fine, you can go through a lifetime as a meditator, simply sinking deeper into the mystery without ever seeing the spectacular pyrotechnics. And if you do see the spectacular pyrotechnics, it's usually because something has blown up. Right? And you can see this, that the traditions that are from the hardest and most difficult times and places tend to have much more spectacular pyrotechnic stuff. You look at the cultures that had warrior monks, and usually they've got spiritual practices that are quite pyrotechnic. turns out if you're a warrior monk, there's a whole bunch of running around trying to not get killed, or similar, and at that point mystical experience takes on a much more ferocious aspect. Right? It's not that one must actively avoid that stuff, but it's important to understand that if you see fireballs, it is because something is on fire, and usually that is an error condition. Right? This is quite an important reframe. Right? We acknowledge that those things are there. Usually they're there because something has gone horribly wrong. Being able to cope with that having gone horribly wrong is a good thing, but seeking out the environments where those kind of experiences are available is madness. It's like enlisting at the French Foreign Legion of Meditation. And, yes, plenty of people are going to the jungle to take ayahuasca because they want to see these kind of things. Right? Confrontational experiences with jungle spirits that are in an ecosystem that is dying because we are idiots. Of course these spirits are really willing to show you what you're made of. Oh, it's another white man. Maybe if we fix this one, they'll stop doing it. Zap! How many of these white people are there? I don't know. We seem to have fixed like 4 dozen of them in the last 2 weeks. They're still coming, and we're still getting poisoned. What is going on? Right? Right. So, in terms of personal practice, try and stay out of spiritual crisis as a lifestyle. Right? Other people's problems, to a large degree, are very difficult to resolve. If you get, a bunch of meditative awareness and then you take it to like trenches, you will discover that there are a whole bunch of surprising angles of these things that the samurai know all about, or all the rest of this stuff. The Shaolin monks are very content meditating. It's not until you kick them out of the monastery you discover that they know Kung Fu. So try not to grasp after high spiritual awareness. It's usually a sign that you're in danger. Oh, I didn't know that I could do that. I seem to be running away much faster than I thought was possible. Amazing. Right? And I'm really stressing this because it's very, very, very easy for people to mistake sparkliness for progress. Comfort with the unknown is real progress because the unknown is essentially infinite and you're in it, and that is your actual condition. Right? Sparkly stuff and fast, hard-moving objects, these are not progress. They're signs of danger. They're warning indicators. You might develop a bunch of capability for dealing with those kind of problems, but that is not the same as progress. Any questions about that before I move on? Because that is a large lump of indigestibles. You look like you'd be stroking your beard.
Fits for me, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Good. I'm glad that is a sensible summary, because, if you thought it was nonsense, I'd have to listen to you, and that would suck. Right, so 2 more little technical points, and then let's do a bit of sitting. So, the butt scoot. Of all of the great mystical secrets of meditation, the butt scoot is the most important single thing. Lean forward as far as you can, scooch backwards on your hip bones as far as you can, sit up so that you've got solid contact between the hip bones and the floor without too much muscle or what's the word I'm looking for? Without too much of your bottom getting in the way of the bones. Bones on solid ground. And that in itself, just getting the sitting posture right, is like 6 months of work. Oh, is that perfectly relaxed, perfectly straight, chin tucked a little bit? And when it clicks, meditation becomes much easier. But it never clicks unless you get the butt scoot right, because there's just no way that if you just sit, the body will align perfectly unless you happen to have done a huge amount of yoga. The butt scoot is it's critical. I keep stressing that, but it's important. Second thing is this. The breathing is as important as the mental part. Right. The kind of inhalation where the belly expands, then the chest expands, then the upper part of the chest expands and it feels like it's going into the shoulders, then the upper part empties, then the chest empties, then the belly empties. That breath is very strong just on its own. Some would say inherently healing. It's certainly inherently good. So correct sitting and correct breathing will get you a long way. And then the mental practice sits inside of that. Okay, any questions? Do you have curiosity? Do you have curiosity? You know what you're thinking? No? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, go on.
always, but no.
No.
Not right now.
No. Okay. Should be questions. Indigestible, mystical, high weirdness, safely containerized and made safe. Okay. Right, let us do some sitting.
Someone else want one?
I think tonight I'm going to sit on a chair. I'm tired. It's funny. Wherever you come, I mean, wherever you guys want to sit. All right. It's funny how long it's taken me to get this sort of inappropriate mysticism back out of meditation. Because when I was trained, all that I really got was massive amounts of inappropriate mysticism.
Yeah.
Like, my teacher was inappropriate mysticism to the max. And it's taken me years to figure out how to back that out of it. Oh. Is it a giant spider?
Yeah.
Wow. England has like one species really big spider, and I don't know whether that's one of them or not. Might be a little small for the really big one. Well, even spiders can meditate. And apparently run quite fast. Oh, maybe it's a tarantula.
Swim.
Is it going to get on my shoe?
Yeah, he's under your shoe. Under your shoe.
Trying to make.
Shall we pop him on?
We can just let it go and stay there.
Yeah, just kind of shoo him out. Yeah, the great inappropriate mysticism.
Are you planning some more of this in the future? Or are you just,
I might do a sort of practice session like every 2 weeks, or something like that. But I'm quite, I mean, I guess we'll see. If people are doing a bunch of sitting and they want to do some sitting together, I'm up for that. But I don't want to get into a position where I'm teaching people as a way of encouraging them to sit. Like, if they're already sitting and they want to sit together, great. But I don't want to be holding classes as reminders that people should be sitting at home. All right. How are we doing for time? Oh, wow, not too bad. So I think we'll do maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, something like that. Not long. So start with the position. Back scoot. Hip bones firm contact with the ground. Roll the shoulders back. Open chest. Tuck the chin very slightly. Just breathe normally for a little while until you've got a good awareness of what normal breathing feels like for you. It's definitely worth studying breathing. There's a bunch of stuff about square breaths and circular breathing and a few other bits and pieces. It's worth knowing. Offering the in-breath to the out-breath and all that sort of stuff. There's just a lot of knowledge there, some of which is very useful, different things useful to different people. For most of that stuff, I know what was useful to me, but I don't understand the whole systems. Because what I specialized in was meditation itself. So it's definitely worth looking at Hatha Yoga, Pranayama, Tai Chi, all of those systems and disciplines. So, the yogic breathing, deep into the belly, and out, deep into the belly, and out, and just breathe into the belly, whatever your natural pace is for about a minute. Now, same thing, but this time as you get the kind of lower parts of the lung filled and the belly feels full, keep inhaling until the chest fills. Rib cage rises, and then exhale, rib cage falls, then belly empties. Same thing, but the full breath. Belly fills, chest fills, shoulders fill. Sorry. Now, keep the breathing going, just like that, and add a mantra. Synchronize to the breathing. When in doubt, sunflower. this on its own is quite nice. You can have a very nice practice, which is just the mantra part. Very effective. People do that. This is what it produces. If you relax the mantra away and then listen to the rest of what's happening as if it's the mantra, you see a different set of phenomena. You learn different things. Now let's move on to that part. Whatever comes up in your mind is listened to as if it was the mantra. Don't forget the breathing. The thoughts that just come up don't synchronize to the breath, just let them flow at their own pace. again, this in itself is a complete practice. You can do lots and lots of this. Very productive. Have a little wiggle if you need one. Don't forget you can move if you're uncomfortable. Then we'll go forward into the third phase in a minute. As you do different practices, you see different things. But the skill of doing practice is pretty much constant. One of the descriptions of meditation is that it's like grinding of a mirror of a telescope. And there's a lot of just sitting and grinding. And then once it's perfectly smooth and the mind is pretty well settled, you can then point the attention at different things and see what is very profound. So when you're ready, restart the breathing, get settled into the cycle, and then feel. Don't forget the basket. Don't forget the breathing. If the intensity of the motion is too uncomfortable, back away a little. If it's really bad, restart the mantra, move back a good deal. You want a slow rocking. Move into the unpleasantness, move back a little until you're comfortable, move in a little, move back a little. You want to train your mind that you can feel unpleasant emotions in little manageable pieces. And this gives you the confidence to really feel things. As always, less is more. Little pieces, regular work. And then take a few empty breaths. No practice, just feel the breath and then go back to the mantra. much just breathing. Now, this is quite a busy practice. There's a lot of different pieces. The physical posture and the breath, 3 different mental postures, and an executive function which positions you from one practice to the next. There's a lot going on. Typically, you would practice these things fairly slowly. You might spend a couple of months largely doing mantras. You might spend a lot of time working on just breathing. The practice extends over years because all the different bits are large in and of themselves. And that's very much a kind of self-guided study. You do the stuff that interests you, you do the stuff that you want to improve on. If something is difficult, you tend to do more of it. But when it all comes together and the components are well practiced, what you have is a kind of engine. It's a thing which moves you forward through your personal experience in a way that leads you in a way that just deepens you into being yourself. Lots of natural processes. The mind, given time and rest, will process lots of unmanaged emotional stuff from the past. It'll do lots of intellectual and psychological integration. All kinds of new knowledge will be formed in your mind because you finally get a chance to reflect on what you know. Different kinds of thinking can emerge. Synergetic, holistic, all these things can emerge. Useful, healthy side effects. And relax. And I'm going to turn off the recorder now. It's time to begin the mantra meditation. Let your mind slowly begin to repeat the mantra that you've chosen, and if there are any other objects of awareness which draw your attention, let your attention return to the mantra and the repetition of the mantra. Try as much as possible to let the mantra fill your mind and become an all-consuming focus. Reverberate the word in your own head, feel its depth, feel its fullness, feel its complexity. If your mind is drawn to associations around the world, again, try and return to the word. Now it is time to begin the open awareness meditation. Let your senses fill your mind. Open your eyes, your ears, feel your body, smell the air, feel the sensation of your tongue against your teeth. Pay attention to all of this as simultaneously as you can. This is your mantra. The entire sensory feed that you get from your body and your mind is equally the object of your attention. Words that come into your mind that form in your head, physical sensations, the noise of the wind in the trees or the traffic on the road, all of this is the object of your attention. Let yourself sink into your own awareness. Now it is time to feel your emotions. Particularly, pay attention to any feelings of negativity, pain, or difficulty that you may be experiencing. Always remember that paying attention to the places where your emotions are difficult is one of the ways of really beginning to know yourself deeply and losing any fear you may have of your own mind, your emotions, or the structure and nature of your body. If you're having anger, now is the time to feel your anger. If you're having pain, now is the time to feel your pain. Fear, hatred, all of these emotions, this is the space to experience these things in your life, whether they are from today or whether they're from your own past. Allow them to wash over you, through you, and into infinity, but fully accept them first. Now it is time to return to your mantra. In your mind, let the mantra word form, and with increasing clarity and depth, hear the words repeated over and over again until it fills your awareness and there are no other thoughts in your head. Let everything return to the mantra and rest in the clarity and simplicity of the word that you repeat until your mind is focused, calm, and still. Now it is time to let your mind reopen. All of your attention, all of your senses, everything that you can see, hear, feel, touch, smell, taste, or have awareness of in any other modality, let all of this come to you at once as a single integrated stream. Receive the fullness of your awareness and your perceptions as a single object of meditation and let it flow through you. Now it's time to return to any difficult emotions or feelings that you may be having right now. If you have any anxiety, anger, pain, fear, hatred, or other difficulty, let your mind gently feel it out and sit with, accept, and experience it. As you do this, you'll gradually find more and more peace with these emotions, and they will cease to control your behavior or make you alienated from yourself. They're all natural parts of your life. Let them come to you for healing, acceptance, and the restoration of your balance and well-being. Okay, now gently begin to return your awareness to the mantra. You want to spend 5 or 10 minutes gently saying the mantra and coming back into a centered, stable position from which you can begin your day. If you found the emotional feeling and release section hard, for today, spend a little more time on the mantra, make sure you're properly centered. If you found it relatively easy, gently return to yourself and feel free to get up and progress with your day whenever you're ready. Always remember, you're not done meditating until you feel well and centered, and sometimes that process takes a few minutes as you begin to pull yourself away from the core practice back towards the ordinary world.